Hi guys, tonight we step away from everything you know, out to the very edge of the map. We're not heading for mountains or deserts, but into a different kind of emptiness. A vast, silent expanse of tall grass and distant timber under a sky that feels 3 times too big. It's the kind of landscape that looks peaceful in a painting, all golden light and soft shadows. But if you had to actually live here, especially through a single turn of the seasons, you would understand the quiet truth before the first week was out. The reality is simple. This land is indifferent, and if you had to survive on it without a store for miles, without a doctor within reach, or even a neighbour close enough to hear you shout, you discover quickly that your greatest adversary wasn't beasts or strangers. It was the sheer grinding weight of the everyday. You probably won't survive this. Not because of dramatic ambushes, but because the isolation itself is a slow, quiet test of will. So before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if these journeys into the forgotten corners of life genuinely resonate with you. And as you're listening right now, post your location and the local time in the comments below. It's always fascinating to see where in the world you're joining me from, as we all gather to step into this one forgotten night. The sun is leaving now, not with a shout, but with a slow, sinking surrender. It pulls the last usable light with it, staining the vast sky overhead in bands of bruised purple and cooling amber. The air changes. The heat that pressed down on the fields all afternoon lifts, replaced by a damp chill that seems to rise directly from the soil itself. It carries smells with it. The sharp, honest scent of wood smoke from your hearth. Yes, but underneath that, something older. The wet mineral breath of the nearby river hidden by trees. The faint, acrid memory of brush you burned last week to clear a new patch. A smell that clings to the land like a ghost. And beneath it all, the rich, dark smell of earth and growing things, of a world that is overwhelmingly alive. You stand at the edge of your claim, your hand resting on a fence post you hewed and set yourself. The wood is still rough under your palm. This fence is more than a boundary. It is a statement, a fragile line drawn against everything beyond it. You run your eyes along its length, not really seeing the split rails, but seeing what they are meant to hold back. The forest is a solid wall of shadow now, an impenetrable darkness that seems to breathe outward. It is from there the wolves might come, silent and fluid. It is from there a different kind of predator might emerge, one who sees your corn, your hogs, your labour as a resource for the taking. The law is a story told in distant towns. Here, at the edge of the light, you are the law. Your vigilance is the only treaty. Behind you, the cabin squats low and dark against the fading sky. From this distance it looks impossibly small, a mere chip of order against the sprawling wild. You hear the faint, clear sound of a dipper scraping against a wooden bucket. Your wife is at the garden plot, the children moving like smaller shadows around her. They're giving the beans and squash a final watering, a nightly ritual of hope. Every drop carried from the creek is a prayer against drought, a small defiance against the sheer indifference of the land. You see her straighten, one hand pressed into the small of her back, and look toward the tree line, the same line you're watching. She does not need to speak her worries. They are written in the set of her shoulders, in the quick, efficient way she gathers the children and turns them toward the cabin's door. The light is almost gone. Shadows are no longer separate things. They flow out from the woods, a tide of cool darkness that pours across your cleared land, swallowing the stumps, climbing the cabin walls, claiming everything the sun has released. The first star appears, a single sharp point in the violet expanse. It is not romantic. It is a clock. A signal. The day's work is over. The night's watch is about to begin. You take one last long look at your fence, at the forest, at the vast silent sky. Then you turn your back on the gathering dark and walk toward the square of yellow light that is your doorway. The weight of the coming night settles on you, a familiar heaviness. You step across the threshold, pulling the solid wooden door shut behind you. The bar falls into place with a soft final thud. Outside, the wilderness listens. Inside, you listen back. The world shrinks to the dimensions of this single room. The door is barred, but true security, the feeling of it, begins at the hearth. You kneel before it, your shadow a giant against the log wall. The fire from the evening cook fire has subsided to a bed of pulsating coals, a miniature landscape of glowing orange canyons and black ridges. This is not a thing of beauty to be admired. It is a living creature you must coax and tend. You select a few slender pieces of seasoned kindling, placing them with deliberate care over the hottest embers. You lean close and blow, not a frantic gust, but a steady, controlled stream of breath. The coals brighten, angry and fierce. A tiny thread of smoke curls from the wood, then a hesitant yellow flame licks at its edge. It catches, grows, begins to feed. Only then do you add a smaller split log, the dry bark catching with a soft, welcome crackle. The light, which had retreated to a sullen glow, pushes back against the room once more. This is the first and most important victory of the night. The fireplace is the heart, the sole source of warmth and light, and, in a deep way, of courage. Its light is a liquid, moving thing. It washes over the rough-hewn table, pools in the grooves of the floorboards, and dances across the faces of your family, smoothing the day's weariness into something softer, more reflective. Other lights exist, but they are pale and costly imitations. A single candle, made from tallow you rendered yourself, stands in a wrought iron holder. Its flame is weak and greasy, shedding a feeble yellow halo and a smell like cooked meat and smoke. It is enough to see by, barely, but it is not enough to feel safe by. The true illumination, the one that holds the pressing darkness at the windows at bay, comes from the hearth. The door has a simple wooden bar that fits into a bracket. The shutters are closed and latched from within. These are physical facts, but the fire is psychological armour. Its crackle masks the smaller sounds of the night outside. Its warmth is a tangible boundary against the chill seeping through the chinks in the wall. Its very existence is a statement. Here, inside this circle of light, we are separate. We are human. Work does not end with the sun. It merely changes its shape. You pull a worn saddle closer to the firelight, turning it to find the torn stitch. Your wife settles on a stool, the wool carders in her hands beginning their rhythmic, scraping song. The children sit on the floor near her feet, their small hands busy. One picks through a pile of raw wool, pulling away bits of burr and dirt. Another holds a well-thumbed book, its cover stiff and serious. The letters are practised, mouthed silently, then sometimes whispered aloud for confirmation. This is not schooling as it might be known in the settled East. There is no schoolhouse, no hired tutor. Knowledge here is a practical tool as essential as an axe but more fragile. The ability to read is not for poetry, it is for the land grant document, folded carefully in a tin box. Its legalese a promise that must be deciphered and believed. It is for the family Bible, its pages holding not just scripture but the records of births, deaths and marriages, the legal and spiritual map of a lineage. To read is to hold a thread that connects this isolated clearing to a world of law and God. To not read is to be truly alone. The child's slow, halting progress through a verse is not just recitation. It is the building of a defence against chaos. The smell of food arrives before the meal itself, a plain, unadorned scent of cornmeal and hearth smoke. Supper is not an event. It is a refuelling. The table holds a shared platter of cornbread, dense and yellow, its surface crusted from the Dutch oven. A few slices of salted pork, fried until the edges curled and darkened, provide a sharp, briny counterpoint. There might be a bowl of greens gathered from the forest's edge, boiled soft, or a handful of wild onions. You do not taste for pleasure. You eat for substance. The conversation, what little there is, circles not around flavour but around inventory. Your wife mentions the sack of meal in the corner, how much is left. You note the level of salt in the barrel, a constant worry. The pork, she reminds you quietly, is from the last shoulder. The smokehouse out back holds only a few remaining sides, their surfaces hardened and blackened by months of careful preservation. The root cellar, a dark hole in the ground lined with stone, is a treasure vault of turnips, potatoes and apples, but you both know its limits. You eat, and with each bite you're counting. The anxiety is not for tonight, but for the deep winter, for the long stretch of muddy weeks before the next harvest. A failed crop is not an inconvenience, it is a slow-motion catastrophe. Every meal is a calculation against that future. When the last crumb is swept from the table and saved, the rhythm of the evening shifts again toward the body's needs. A kettle of water hangs from the trammel over the fire, always kept warm. It is a precious commodity, heated by wood you chopped and carried. You pour a little into a basin. The washing is swift, functional. Hands, face, the back of the neck. The water turns grey quickly. Cleanliness here is about the prevention of itch and illness, not luxury. The rough linen of the day's shirt is exchanged for an even rougher sleep shirt, patched and thin. Your wife does the same, her movements modest and quick in the flickering light. Your final act is one of silent ritual. You cross the room to where the long rifle rests on hooks above the door. You take it down, its weight familiar and solid. You do not need to check the load. You prepared it yourself at dusk. But your fingers confirm it anyway. The feel of the powder in the pan, the solid-seated ball. You place it back on the hooks, but turn so the butt is within an arm's reach of where you will sleep. It is not an act of paranoia. It is simple grammar. In the sentence of your life here, the rifle is the necessary punctuation. In the corner, the children have already burrowed into the shared bed, a thick pile of blankets and straw ticks on a low platform. Their voices are hushed murmurs, secrets and giggles that are the day's final fading energy. You hear a yawn, then silence, then the soft even breath of sleep. The fire has been banked, a thick layer of ash carefully raked over the coals to stifle them just enough, to keep them alive and hungry for morning. The tallow candle is snuffed, leaving only the deep pulsating red eye of the hearth to watch over the room. The darkness crowds in closer, emboldened, held at the very edges of the firelight. You stand for a moment between the warmth and the dark, listening to the symphony of the night you have built, the whisper of settling logs, the soft sigh of a sleeping child, the steady breath of your wife as she finishes folding a garment. This is the fragile empire you defend. You turn and join them in the darkness, leaving the fire to its silent, vigilant watch. The weight of the day settles into your muscles as you lie still, a deep and specific ache that maps your labour. The burn across your shoulders from swinging the axe, the tightness in your lower back from hours bent over the rows, the dull protest in your thighs from 100 squats and lifts. In daylight, this pain was a background rhythm, ignored in service of motion. Now, in stillness, it announces itself with perfect clarity. It is a familiar companion, almost a comfort in its predictability. The bed beneath you is no refuge of softness. It is a shallow depression in the corn-shuck mattress, shaped by your body over countless nights. The husks rustle with every slight shift, a dry, whispering conversation. Over you, the weight of the bare pelt is immense, a dense animal presence that traps the fragile heat rising from your body and from the others beside you. It smells of wood smoke and thyme, a scent that is the very definition of home. But your body's fatigue is only half the story. Your mind, stripped of the day's immediate tasks, becomes a wide, open plain, and onto this plain marches the army of the night. The silence inside the cabin is not empty. It is a taut skin, stretched tight, and every sound from beyond presses against it. You do not simply hear, you interpret. The fire mumbles in its sleep behind the ash. The logs in the wall, still holding the day's last warmth, release a sudden, sharp crack as they cool and contract. These are the house's own sounds, its bones settling. You know them. They are the grammar of your shelter. It is the other language, the one from outside that holds your attention. First, the owls. Their call is not a single question, but a conversation flung across the treetops. One hoots from the darkness to the north, a low, resonant who cooks for you. A moment later, an answer comes from the east, slightly higher in pitch. This is normal. This is the territory of birds. You listen not to the call itself, but for the space between calls. A sudden silence after a cry can be more alarming than the sound. Then, a new texture weaves into the night. It begins as a single high, quavering note, lonely and thin. It is joined by another, then another, until the darkness itself seems to vibrate with a chorus of yips and rising howls. The coyotes. They're not at the fence line, not yet. They're deep in the timber, celebrating a kill or simply singing to the moonless sky. The sound is beautiful in its wildness, and it raises the hairs on your neck. It is a reminder that the forest is a vast, interconnected stomach, always digesting. A heavier sound then, a distinct asterisk snap asterisk of a branch, too solid for the raccoon. It could be a deer, moving with surprising clumsiness. It could be a bear, a creature of such unthinking power it pays no mind to the noise it makes. Or it could be nothing at all, just a dead limb finally surrendering to gravity. You lie there, constructing and deconstructing the possibilities. Your ears strain to catch the follow-up sound, the soft crush of a footfall, the brush of fur against bark. But there is only the resuming chorus of insects. This is the true work of the night, not sleeping but listening. Every rustle in the dry leaves beside the cabin is a potential mouse, a snake, a footfall. The wind, when it rises, is not just air. It is a messenger, carrying smells and sounds from miles away. It moans in the chimney, a low, hungry sound, and sets the loose shutter to tapping a irregular, maddening rhythm. You know each board in that shutter, know exactly which knot causes the rattle. Yet in the deep dark the knowledge is cerebral. In your gut it is the sound of something testing the latch. It is into this state of alert suspension that sleep finally arrives. It does not come as a wave that pulls you under, but as a slow leak, a gradual softening of the edges between the sounds outside and the thoughts within. The ache in your body becomes a distant thing. The coyote song blends with the memory of your wife's spindle whirring. Consciousness frays. And then you're dreaming. But the dreams are not escapes. They're echoes. You're walking the fence line again, but the rails are made of mist, and they dissolve at your touch. You're ploughing, but the earth turns to water, and the oxen sink silently. The forest is always there, at the edge of the field in your mind, and it is watching. This is where the day's unspoken fears take shape. The fear is not always of tooth and claw. It is sometimes of a shadow that stands at the tree line motionless. You never see a face in these dreams. You see a silhouette, a human shape that is part of the forest, observing your clearing, your smoke, your noise, with an inscrutable stillness. This shadow is the shape of a complex and wordless tension. It is not the stuff of thrilling tales told in taverns back east. It is the quiet knowledge that you are living on land that carries other names, other stories. You have never been attacked. You have traded once, a pouch of your coarse salt for a beautifully tanned deer hide. The exchange was conducted with gestures, with nods, with a careful avoidance of direct eye contact. It was business, but it was conducted over a chasm of mutual misunderstanding and a shared pragmatic need. The memory of that silent trade surfaces now in the half-world of sleep and merges with the fear. The man by the trees in your dream holds not a weapon, but the deer hide. He offers it, but his eyes are on your cabin, your children playing by the woodpile, your wife at the well. The meaning is unclear. Is it an offer of commerce or a reminder of prior claim? The dream does not answer. It simply presents the shadow, the trade, the watching, and the deep, unsettling sense of being a guest whose welcome is provisional and unspoken. You twist under the heavy pelt, a low murmur escaping your lips. The dream shifts, fractures. Now you're simply searching for something lost, a tool, a child, in an endless, dimly lit forest where all the trees look the same. The anxiety is pure, directionless. It is the anxiety of being lost, of being swallowed. A louder crack from the fire, a deeper settling of the house, and you're swimming back up toward wakefulness. Your eyes do not open, but your hearing is acute once more. The coyotes have gone quiet. The wind has died. The silence that follows is immense, a pressure in your ears. You lie there in the warm depression of the bed, the rough linen of your shirt against your skin, the slow, steady breath of your wife beside you. The dream shadow recedes, leaving only a residue of watchfulness. You're not awake, but you're no longer asleep. You exist in the borderland between, where the real sounds of the night and the imagined threats of the mind are equally present, equally true. The wilderness is not outside the walls. In this hour it is inside you, in the tired pulse of your blood, in the silent, patient watch you keep against the dark. You float there, listening for a long time before the current of exhaustion slowly pulls you down once more into a deeper, darker, and mercifully dreamless sea. You do not wake to an alarm or to a sudden noise. You wake because the body has completed its first cycle of repair, and the mind, that ever-vigilant sentry, has never fully stood down. It simply resumes its post. One moment you're submerged in the formless dark of deep sleep, the next you're floating to the surface, your consciousness returning as silently as a bubble in a still pond. The transition is seamless. You're simply awake. This is the true midnight. Not the hour on a clock, but the experiential nadir of the night. The fire has burned down to a nest of faint, pulsating coals, their light so dim it seems only to define the darkness rather than dispel it. The heat they throw is a ghost of warmth, a mere suggestion against the invasive chill that has crept into the room. The air feels different, thinner, colder. It holds a crystalline silence that the earlier noises of the night have abandoned. The coyote chorus has ended. The wind has died completely. Even the house has stopped its familiar settling. The silence is a physical presence, a weight on your chest. It is in this profound quiet that the world feels most expansive, and you, within your tiny wooden shell, feel most small, most solitary. A deep, dull ache in your bladder insists. There is no ignoring it. Moving with the deliberate, economical motion of one unwilling to fully commit to wakefulness, you slip from under the heavy pelt. The cold of the floorboards strikes through the thin soles of your worn sleeping socks, a sharp shock. You step carefully around the sleeping forms, your feet knowing the path by heart, avoiding the board that groans. At the hearth you kneel. Using the iron poker, you gently stir the ashes, revealing the heart of the coals beneath. They glow brighter, angry and red. You lay 2 slender pieces of kindling across them, blowing softly until a frail yellow flame clings to life. The act is meditative. This small creation of light and warmth is the first human action of the new watch. It feels sacred in its necessity. You do not light a candle. The fire's new modest blaze is enough. You go to the door, unbar it with a quiet scrape, and step outside just far enough to relieve yourself into the damp grass. The night air is shockingly cold, a clean, sharp cold that smells of dew and distant pine. You look up. The sky is a revelation. Without a single competing point of light, the stars are not sprinkled. They are shattered across the blackness, a dizzying, dense swirl of diamond dust. The Milky Way is a luminous river, so bright it casts faint, uncertain shadows. The immensity of it is humbling, a crushing beauty that renders your fences, your cleared fields, your very life microscopic. For a moment you're not a farmer, a husband, a claimant. You're a tiny conscious speck under an infinite indifferent clockwork. The awe is tinged with a profound loneliness. Then a practical shiver runs through you, and you retreat inside, rebarring the door, closing out the sublime and the terrible. Back by the hearth, the new flames are strengthening, pushing the darkness back a few more feet. You sit on the rough-hewn stool, your elbows on your knees, and let the warmth wash over your face. This is the hour of the accounting, not of coins, but of everything else. In the daylight, these thoughts are chased away by action. Here, in the silent, naked middle of the night, they rise and present themselves with calm, terrible clarity. There is the debt, the promissory note signed with a merchant in Kaskaskia or Pittsburgh, a piece of paper that feels both impossibly distant and intimately constricting. It was for the steel ploughshare, the breeding sow, the bolts of cloth that now make your children's clothes. The payment is due in pelts or grain, contingent on 100 things you cannot control. The weather, the health of the animals, the market price when the trader finally comes. That paper is a tether to a world of abstract finance you do not fully understand. A world that can, with a single line in a ledger, decide your fate from 500 miles away. Then there is the land itself, the grant. You have it folded in its tin box. You know every word, every looping signature of a distant official. But what is it truly? It is a promise from a government whose authority is a rumour here. It is lines on a map that does not include this creek, this particular oak tree. Its legitimacy is an article of faith. If a man with an older, or a different, or a forged paper were to contest it, who would adjudicate? The nearest court is weeks of travel through wilderness. Justice here is not a verdict. It is often a matter of who has more powder, more resolve, more willing neighbours. Your right to this land rests not on parchment alone, but on your continued presence, your visible improvement of it, your ability to defend it. The law is not an invisible shield. It is a story you tell yourself, and its truth is proven only by your success in living here, unmolested, season after season. And of course there is the fear that needs no paper, no trader. It is the memory of your youngest child's fever last winter, the way her skin burned like a stove lid, her eyes glazed and unfamiliar, the helpless, frantic hours of applying cool cloths, of brewing the bitter willow bark tea, of whispered desperate prayers. She lived, but the terror of that week lives with you still. Out here, sickness is not an inconvenience, it is a siege, a simple broken bone, a deep cut that turns angry and hot, a grip that settles in the lungs. Any of these can be a death sentence. Your medical knowledge is a patchwork of old wives' tales, herbal lore, and brutal necessity. You are your own doctor, your own surgeon. The responsibility is absolute, and the margin for error is non-existent. You're not alone in your wakefulness. From the bed comes a soft sigh, the rustle of corn husks. Your wife turns onto her back. You know she is awake too. Her insomnia is of a different texture. Her ears are tuned not to the vast, abstract threats of debt and law, but to the intimate symphony of the household. She listens to the breathing of each child, passing it for the wet rattle of a cold, the wheeze that might promise something worse. In her mind, she's walking through her larder. She sees the sack of flour, estimates its weight. She counts the remaining slabs of bacon in the smokehouse, the wheels of cheese in the springhouse. She calculates the days until the first greens will poke through in the garden, the weeks until the peas are ready. Her worries are granular, immediate. Is there enough to fill their bellies tomorrow? Did she salt the butter sufficiently? Will the rennet for the cheese hold out? Her vigilance is for the slow leak, the quiet dwindling, the small failures of preservation that lead to hunger. Her fear is not of a distant court, but of an empty pot. It is just as heavy. She rises, a pale shape in the gloom, and joins you by the fire. She does not speak. She sits on the hearthstone, drawing her shawl tight, and extends her hands to the flames. The shared silence is a communion. You watch the firelight play on the lines of her face, lines etched by sun and worry and wind. There is no need for words. The night's weight is a burden you both carry, each holding different ends of the same heavy log. After a time, her lips begin to move. No sound emerges at first, then a whisper so low it seems part of the fire's crackle. It is not the Lord's Prayer recited by rote. It is a direct, unadorned address, a listing of names, your names, the children's names, a plea for health, a plea for the coming rain to be gentle, for the sun to be strong but not scorching, a request for strength, for endurance. There is no theology in it, no complex doctrine. It is a transaction of hope, flung from this isolated pocket of warmth into the vast starlit darkness. It is the acknowledgement that your careful plans, your hard labour, your vigilance are not enough, that you need help from something beyond the edge of the clearing. You listen, your head bowed. When she's done, the silence returns, but it feels slightly different, not lighter, but shared. The vulnerabilities have been named, if only in a whisper to the void. The fire has grown and the room is warmer. The deepest black outside the windows has softened to a charcoal grey. Dawn is still hours away, but the absolute sovereignty of midnight has passed. You catch her eye and give a single slow nod. She returns it. The unspoken conversation is complete. The watch has been stood. The fears, having been aired in the silent theatre of the mind, have lost a little of their sharpness. They are still there, but they are now familiar companions in the vigil, not terrifying strangers. Together you bank the fire once more, carefully, ensuring it will last. You walk back to the bed, the cold air nipping at your legs. You slide under the pelt, her body a curve of warmth against your back. The children sigh in their sleep. The house is quiet again, but the terrible echoing loneliness of the hour is gone. It has been replaced by a weary solidarity. You close your eyes. Sleep will not come quickly, but a kind of rest will. It is the rest of the soldier who has checked the perimeter, of the captain who has tallied his supplies. The night is not over. The wilderness still listens. But for now, you have met its silence with your own, and you have not been found wanting. You drift, not into oblivion, but into a shallow, watchful doze, waiting for the world to slowly, imperceptibly begin to lighten.
The shallow doze that follows the midnight watch is a different creature from the first sleep. It is not an escape from consciousness, but a gentle negotiation with it. The sharp, metallic taste of anxiety has been blunted by the simple act of sharing it in the silent dark. The vast, star-chill universe outside the walls has been acknowledged, and for now, that is enough. The body, having stood its vigil, reclaims its due. A deeper, more cellular exhaustion rises up, a tide that no amount of worry can hold back. It pulls at the edges of your mind, softening the hard lines of your thoughts. You feel the warmth first, rub the distant, respectful warmth of the hearth, the immediate, animal heat of the body surrounding you. Your wife's back is a firm curve against your own, and geography of familiar bones and muscle. Between you, a child is rolled closer in sleep, a small furnace of innocent heat. A heavy bare pelt, which felt like a smothering weight hours ago, now feels like a shared stim, a microclimate you have created together against the world's cold. The chill that seeped into the room during your watch is banished. Your own muscles, held tight against the night, begin to unclench. The ache in your shoulders melts into the mattress. Your breathing slows, sissing unconsciously with the slower, deeper rhythm of your wife's. This is not sleep as solitude. It is sleep as communion. The vulnerability of the midnight hour is not gone, but it is distributed now across multiple hearts, multiple sets of lungs, and in the distribution, it becomes manageable, almost safe. When dreams return, they are changed. The sharp, fearful imagery of walls and dissolving fences has receded. What comes now is softer, tinged with memory and a simpler yearning. You are walking not through your own stubborn, stump-minus dusted fields, and through the deep, green meadows of a place you knew as a boy, a farm back in Pennsylvania or Virginia. The sunlight is golden and benign. You can smell apple blossoms, a scent you have not encountered in years. A father is there, his face blurry with time, pointing to a fence he built that still stands straight and true. There is no sound, only a profound sense of peace, an order that has been established for generations. The dream is not exciting. It is a haven. It offers the one thing your waking life cannot: the comfort of precedent, the safety of a finished story, or the dream is of the harvest, not the anxious, calculated harvest of your waking mind, but a mythical one. The corn stands higher than a man, each ear thick and ripe, bursting with kernels of pure gold. The pumpkins are vast, orange moons nestled in the straw. There is no end to the bounty. You are simply filling a basket, and it never fills. The work is effortless, the yield infinite. It is the pure, childlike fantasy of security, of a hunger so thoroughly ardent. These are the dreams of a soul catching its breath. They are not prophecies or messages. They are old memories and basic hopes, wearing the simple clothes of sleep. They are the mind's way of reminding itself that there are other modes of existence besides struggle, even if they only exist in the shadow-minus world of night. In the bed, the architecture of the family reassesses itself without a single conscious thought. A younger child, seeking warmth, scoots backwards until his spine is fitted against his older sister's knees. She, in her sleep, throws an arm over him, not in affection, but in a territorial claim of proximity. You feel your wife shift, turning from her side onto her back. In doing so, a shoulder comes to rest against your arm. It is not a caress, it is a settling, a confirmation of presence. Touch is purposeful and often function: a lay hand passed to help rise, a shoulder brushed while carrying a shared load. Here in the dark, touch reverts to its most primal language. It says, "I am here, you are not alone." This is the silent heart of the frontier marriage. It was rarely born of sweeping romance or prolonged courtship. It was often a pact, practical and solemn. You needed her labor as surely as she needed your protection. You needed her to transform raw wool into socks, raw grain into bread, a chaotic cabin into a semblance of order. She needed you to clear the land, to raise the walls, to stand between the hearth and the wills, both animal and human. Written not on paper, but in the unspoken understanding of 1,000 daily tasks. What here in the deep night, the transaction falls away. What remains is the habit of closeness forged in a shared, relentless battle. The romance, if it exists, is not in flowers or poetry. It is in the quiet trust that her body will be there, a warm constant in the cold. It is in the knowledge that when you started awake from a nightmare of falling trees, her sleep-minus roughened voice would ask, without full wakefulness, what is it? It is in the way you learn the specific sound of her breathing, where she is fighting the cold, and the unconscious note of relief you feel when it clears. The love is in the vigilance, not the vow. It is in the shared weight of the pelt, the shared calculation of the flour sack, the shared listening in the dark. It is a partnership so fundamental, so all-minus consuming, that the self is nearly indivisible from it. You do not wonder if you are happy. You wonder if you are both strong enough, smart enough, lucky enough. Your fates are braided together as tightly as the strands of a rope bridge over a canyon. To let go isn't thinkable. As the second sleep deepens, this closeness becomes the entire reality. The cabin, the forest, the distant debts all dissolve. There is only the rhythm of shared breath, the fortress of shared warmth, the profound, wordless solidarity of two people back in a world that demands they face every direction at once. The dreams of golden corn and childhood meadows fade, replaced by a pure, dark, healing nothingness. The mind, having visited its memories and its hopes, finally grants itself a respite. The body, anchored by the presence of others, surrenders completely. In this deeper stage, there is no fear, no calculation, no past, no future. There is only the animal fact of rest, earned and shared. The family, in sleep, becomes a single organism, breathing in unison, its boundaries blurred, its strength pooled. Inside the circle of warmth your lives generate, a different kind of wilderness is acknowledged and embraced, the terrifying, necessary wilderness of needing each other absolutely, and finding, in the simple press of a sleeping body against your own, the only answer that has ever mattered. The deepest layer of sleep is not broken, but gently worn away. There is no moment of waking, only a gradual return, like a stone slowly emerging from a receding tide. Her consciousness returns not to the sound of an alarm, but to an internal clock tuned to the needs of the household. One moment she is part of the warm, breathing not under the pelt, the next she is lying still, eyes open, listening to the quality of the darkness. The absolute black of midnight has softened to a thick, woolen grey. The window, once a solid sheet of obsidian, now shows as a paler rectangle. The room is at its coldest, the hearth's embers offering only a memory of warmth. She moves with a fluid, practiced stealth born of long habit, extracting herself from the tangle of limbs and blankets without disturbing the sleep of others is an art form. She slips from the bed, her feet finding the floor with a sensitivity that avoids the cold shock. She pulls a heavy skirt and a woolen shawl over her sleeping shift, the fabric scorched and cold against her skin. For a moment, she stands still, a statue in the gloom, listening. The breathing from the bed is steady, deep. The house is silent in a way it never is during the day. This silence is a fleeting gift. She moves to the hearth. The ashes are deep and white, but beneath, a single stubborn coal still pulses with a faint orange heart. She is sparing with the kindling, selecting the smallest, driest pieces. She nests them with care, then bends close, her cheeks hollowing as she blows a steady, gentle stream of breath, a wisp of smoke, then a tiny flame, hesitant and blue, then strengthening to yellow. It catches. She adds another piece, then another, building the fire not for warmth, but for utility. This is the kitchen fire, the engine of the day's first and most crucial labor transformation. She fills the kettle from the water bucket and sets it on the hook to boil. From the sack in the corner, she measures cornmeal into a wooden bowl. Her hands know the amount by feel. There is no recipe, only ritual. This is her solitude. In these grey minutes before the world stirs, she is not a wife, not a mother, not a manager of tasks. She is simply a woman alone with fire and rain, performing the ancient alchemy that turns one into the other. The only sounds are the soft crackle of the new flame, the scrape of the wooden spoon in the bowl, the slow hiss of the water beginning to warm, or to the practical calculation of how much salt is left. But mostly, there is a kind of mental stillness, a preparation for the onslaught of the day. She is building a reservoir of calm from which she will draw for the next 16 hours. Your own waking is less graceful. It is heralded by a change in the light on your closed eyelids, and by the absence of her warmth at your back. You open your eyes to see her silhouette moving against the growing glow of the hearth. The room is still dark, but the darkness has lost its power. It is now a temporary condition soon to be revoked. You lie still for a moment, taking inventory. The ache in your shoulders has been replaced by a general stiffness. The bladder presses again. The second sleep has done its work. The sharp anxieties of the midnight watch feel distant, theoretical. They have been replaced by a dull, purposeful resolve. The day is a problem to be solved, and you are the instrument of its solving. You rise, pulling on your breeches and a worn leather vest over your sleeping shirt. The air is knife minus cold. You join your wife at the hearth for a moment, holding your hands out to the young flames, sharing a wordless nod. Then you turn to the door, unbar it, and step outside. The world is suspended between darkness and light. The sky overhead is a profound, velvety indigo, but to the east, a thin line of paler blue bleeds along the horizon, smudged with charcoal grey clouds. The air is motionless, damp, and so cold it feels clean in your lungs. You stand on the hard backed earth and feel it. You turn your face, letting the air brush your skin. Is there a hint of moisture? A promise of rain? A promise of rain. What little there is comes from the northwest. Dry for now. You make a note of it. The weather is not small talk, it is the first and most important data of the day, dictating every plan. Your breath plumes in the cobalt gloom as you walk toward the barn, a darker shape against the dark trees. The grass is silvered with a heavy dew that soaks through your socks instantly. Inside the barn, the atmosphere changes. It is warmer, dense with the smell of hay, manure, and the sweet, grassy breath of the animals. The cow lows softly at your approach, a deep, resonant sound of expectation. The horse shifts in its stall, its hoof thumping softly on the packed earth. This is another kind of responsibility, silent and dependent. You fork hay into the mangas, the dry grass rustling loudly in the stillness. You check the water trough, your fingers skimming the surface to break a thin skin of ice that has formed overnight. The animals eat with a quiet, contented urgency. Their needs are simple, their trust absolute. In tending to them, you feel a clarity that human concerns rarely offer. Back at the cabin's -2, you examine your tools by the faint, growing light. Your hands pass over the smooth wooden handle of the axe, checking for cracks. You test the edge of the scythe with your thumb. You ensure the traces for the plow are free of rot. These are not just objects, they are extensions of your body, the means by which your will is impressed upon the land. Their condition is your condition. A broken till is not an inconvenience, it is a wound. As you work, the world itself begins to wake. It starts with a single, clear chirp from a bird hidden in the woods, a question thrown into the silence. It is answered by another, then another, until the forest edge becomes a chorus of tentative, waking song. This is the true clock, more reliable than any sundial or town bell. The grey light strengthens, turning the sky from indigo to a cool, deep blue. Shapes solidify. The individual trees along the forest line emerge from a murky mass. The roof of the barn gains definition. The stars, those fierce, distant witnesses of your midnight vigil, have vanished, extinguished by the creeping dawn. From within the cabin, the sounds of the household rising begin, the clatter of a wooden bowl, the high voices of children being roused, the splash of water, the smell of cornmeal porridge cooking, a plain, earthy scent mingles with the wood smoke and drifts out the door. But yours is not the only world on this land. If your claim is larger, if your ambitions reached beyond subsistence to something resembling surplus, your solitary dawn might be different. You might not be the first human awake. From a smaller, meaner log structure set farther back from the main cabin, near the tree line, other figures might have emerged an hour earlier, moving like ghosts in the dark. Their awakening was not signaled by a gentle internal clock, but by an external command, spoken or implied. They would have stoked their own poorer fire, eaten a plainer, scantier meal, and been already at work while your wife was still measuring cornmeal. You might hear, as a constant undercurrent to the morning, the rhythmic, dull thud of an axe biting into wood, the sound beginning before first light. You might see a figure, back bent, already moving down a row of young corn, hoe in hand, while the dew still soaked the hem of their ragged clothing. Their presence is a silence within the noise. They do not call out greetings. They do not sing. Their labor is a force tied, constant and uncomplaining. They are the engine of a different kind of economy, one where human muscle is a commodity to be spent. You may own that muscle, or you may have promised food and shelter for years of labor in return for passage across the ocean, a contract that binds as surely as chains. Their lives are the dark counterpart to your own struggle. Your freedom is built upon the land, yes, but also upon their unfreedom. Their early silent toil is what allows you the moment of quiet, whether minus reading by the barn. Their backs bear a share of the weight you calculated at midnight. You may tell yourself you treat them fairly, or that the contract is just. But in the cool, honest light of dawn, the truth is simpler. Their dawn is longer, colder, and holds less hope than your own. Their existence is a whispered correction to the story of self-reliance. This land is not tamed by the lone, heroic settler. It is often tamed by the many, under the lash of necessity or the threat of the lash itself. The birds do not sing for them. The breaking light does not promise a new day of possibility, but another day of the same. This silence as they work is the loudest sound on the farm, a quiet testament to a different, harder kind of survival. And as the sun finally shows its first sliver of fire above the trees, their shadowed forms are already part of the landscape, as expected and unremarkable as the stumps in your field. The day for everyone has now truly begun. The grey light through the window is no longer a suggestion, it is a command. Your wife's voice, low but firm, cuts through the last clinging veils of sleep in the children's minds. There is no gentle coaxing, no invitation to linger. Names are called. Tasks are assigned before their eyes are fully open. The oldest boy is to fetch water, the wooden bucket already placed by the door. The girl is to scatter grain for the chickens and collect any eggs. The younger ones are to bring in an armload of firewood from the pile under the lean -2, kindling first, then larger splits. There is a momentary bleariness, a soft protest swallowed by a yawn, and then they are moving, small bodies navigating the cool room with the automatic efficiency of creatures born to routine. Idleness is not a concept here, it is an impossibility. To be awake is to be useful. The transition from sleep to labor is seamless, a reflex as natural as breathing. The smell of the porridge thickens, a plain, honest aroma of roasted corn and hot water. It fills the single room, mixing with the scent of damp wool and wood smoke. The family gathers near the hearth, bowls in hand. There is no table to sit around. Some stand, some perch on stools. The youngest sits on the hearth scene itself. The food is a thick, pale yellow paste, unsweetened, unadorned save for a pinch of precious salt. It is consumed quickly, not for pleasure, but for fuel. Spoons scrape against wooden bowls. The conversation, what little there is utilitarian, spoken between mouthfuls. You look at your wife. The north field, you say, your voice still rough with sleep. The ground should be soft enough after yesterday's sun. Need to finish the turn before the next rain sets the clods. She nods, glancing toward the door as if she can see the sky through the wall. He'll set the beans to soak. And the Johnson boy is meant to come by about that whetstone. You'll have him split the rest of the oak round if H.E.S. willing. Her words are not questions, they are statements of fact, pieces of the day's puzzle falling into place. A child asks if they can go check the rabbit's snares later. The request is evaluated not by desire, but by light and other duties. After you've weeded the kitchen garden, your wife replies, her tone leaving no room for debate. And if your father doesn't need you with the oxen. The breakfast is over almost as soon as it began. Bowls are scraped clean, rinsed with a splash of water from the kettle. The meal settles in your stomach, a solid, unglamorous ball of energy. It will need to last for hours. The business of the day is now the only business. Now comes the ritual of the armor. The soft, worn sleeping shirt is removed, folded roughly for the night to come. What follows is not clothing in the modern sense. It is a second skin of defense. The everyday linen shirt goes on first course against your torso. Over that, breeches of heavy, scratchy wool, held up by leather suspenders that bite into your shoulders. Your feet are shoved into thick, knitted socks, then into boots of stiff, oiled leather. But for endurance, they have molded to your feet through pain and time, and now they are a part of you, a shield against stone, stump, and snake. You stand and your wife helps you with the final layer, a vest of heavy, waxed canvas, or perhaps an old, patched coat of faded broadcloth. Every stitch, every patch, tells a story of repelled weather, averted thorns, a narrowly missed blade. It resists you, it crackles with movement, a dry whisper that will accompany your every step. The insidious damp, the biting cold. There are no zippers, no elastic. Everything is fastened with buttons of bone or horn or tied with leather thongs. Dressing is an act of preparation for battle, a slow, deliberate arming for the silent war against nature. Your wife dresses similarly, though her skirts are longer, a liability in the mud, but a necessity for modesty. Her hair is bound tightly back and covered with a simple linen cap. Her apron is of tough canvas. She too is arming herself, not for the open field, but for the domestic front where the battles are against grime, spoilage, and the relentless demand of hungry mouth. Finally, you are ready. You take your wide minus-brimmed hat from its peg, its felt battered and stained by sweat and rain. You place it on your head, and the transformation is complete. The private, vulnerable man of the midnight watch is gone. In his place stands the farmer, a figure of pure function. You pick up your tools, perhaps the axe, perhaps the reins for the oxen. Your wife hands you a small linen pouch containing a piece of cornbread and a strip of jerky, your noon meal. You walk to the door, your hand rests on the heavy wooden latch. For a heartbeat you pause. Inside is the world you have built, the warmth, the smells of food and family, the sounds of children scrubbing bowls, the sight of your wife already sweeping yesterday's tracked minus and dirt from the floor. It is small, fragile, imperfect, and utterly yours. You lift the latch and pull the door open. The world that greets you is nothing like the one you left at dusk. The fearful, whispering darkness is gone. In its place is a vast, silent expanse washed in the cool, clear light of a new day. The sky is a high, pale blue streaked with mare's tails of cloud. The sun, just clearing the distant tree line, is a blinding sliver of gold, painting long, exaggerated shadows from every fence post, every blade of grass heavy with dew. Your cleared land stretches before you, the dark, turned earth of the fields contrasting with the tufted green of the pastures and the tangled, wild border of the forest beyond. The silence is profound, and it is a different silence from the night's. This is not a listening silence, it is a waiting silence. The land waits. The unfinished work waits. The forest, now a detail of individual trees and not a solid wall of threat, watches and waits. The air is fresh, cold, and smells of damp soil and green growing thing. In that first step across the threshold, you feel it all settle upon you, the sheer, physical weight of the responsibility. It is a loneliness so complete, it is almost peaceful. Out here, there are no opinions, no debates, no instructions. There is only the problem of the earth and your will to shape it. The success or failure of the next 12 hours rests entirely on your strength, your judgment, your endurance. The door closes softly at your back, shutting away the world of warmth and talk. You are alone with your task, under the immense and indifferent sky. You take a deep breath, the cold air sharp in your lungs. You settle your hat lower on your brow against the rising sun, your gripped items on the tool in your hand. Then you begin to walk, your boots leaving dark prints in the silvered grass, heading toward the waiting field. The day, in all its demanding, ordinary reality, has officially claimed you. There is no more time for thought. There is only motion, effort, and the slow, patient conversation between a man and the land he is trying, against all odds, to call his own. The field does not welcome you. It simply exists, a broad expanse of last year's stubble and hard minus packed, earth waiting to be broken. You stand at its edge with the ox, a vast, patient creature of muscle and bone, its breath plumbing in the chilly morning air. You lay a hand on its shoulder, feeling the warm, solid power beneath the coarse hair, and speak a few low, familiar words. It is not a pet. It is a partner in this exertion, a living engine. You guide the wooden yoke onto its neck, fasten the traces, and finally, heave the iron plowshare into position. The metal is cold and heavy, a dead weight. You grip the worn smooth handles, take your position behind, and make a clicking sound with your tongue. The ox leans into its harness. The world narrows to a point of strain. At first, nothing happens. The share scrapes uselessly against the soil's crust. You urge the ox again, your own body leaning forward as if to push. Then, with a sound like fabric tearing, the point bites. A curl of dark, moist earth peels up from the ground, turning over onto its side with a damp, heavy sigh. The first furrow is born. You walk behind, your boots sinking slightly into the newly turned soil. A vibrating tension that travels up the wooden handles and into the bones of your arms and shoulders. You are not steering the plow so much as negotiating with it. A constant, subtle pressure left or right to keep the line true. The OX's immense, slow power is a force you channel, not control. Your body becomes a living part of the mechanism, a counterweight, a shock absorber, a guide. Time ceases to be measured in hours. It is measured in the growing fire across your shoulders, in the slow ache building in the small of your back, in the deepening trench of shadow that follows your own shadow as the sun climbs. You fall, a coding forward step of the ox, the grating song of the share through the soil, the heavy thump as a turned sod collapses onto its side, your own breath, steady and labored, the next straight line, the next protest from your muscles. Your mind empties of everything but the immediate, physical conversation between your will, the animal's strength, the tool's leverage, and the land's reluctant surrender. But the land is not a blank page. It is a text written in obstacles. The share strikes something unyielding with a jarring clang that shivers up your arms and makes the ox flinch. A stone hidden just beneath the surface. You halt, unharness the ox, and kneel in the dirt. You must dig it out with your hands, your fingers scrabbling in the cold earth until you can pry the stubborn rock free. It is a glacial relic, a fist of ancient granite. You heave it to the side of the field, adding it to the growing, ragged wall of its brothers. Each one is a reminder that you are not creating new land, but editing a very old one. Later, the plow catches on a network of sinewy roots from a long felled tree, invisible until now. The ox strains, but the share is held fast. You need the axe now. The rhythm is broken. The wall changes form. You chop, sweat beading on your forehead despite the cool air, until the roots are severed in the plow, with a sucking sound, pulse free. Each interruption is a tiny defeat, a reminder that your order is imposed, not inherent. The land concedes slowly. The sun climbs higher, the chill burning off. The pleasant coolness of dawn becomes a pressing warmth. You shed your coat, then your vest, working in your shirt sleeves. The sweat comes then, not in a flood, but in a steady seep that dampens your linen shirt, sticking it to your back. Flies, summoned by the disturbed earth and the animal's sweat, arrive in a lazy, buzzing cloud. They settle on the ox's neck, on your own hat brim, on your hands. You learn to ignore their tickling crawl, to blink them away without breaking rhythm. Thirst becomes a constant companion, a dry tightness in your throat, but the water bucket is at the far end of the field. You will drink when you reach it, not before. Then a crisis. A sound like a pistol shot, sharp and wrong. The left handle of the plow, weakened by years of stress and damp, shears clean through where it joins the beam. The plow slews sideways, digging its point uselessly into the soil. The ox stops, confused. You stand there, your hands suddenly empty of purpose, looking at the splintered wood. Frustration is a hot, quick wave. This is more than an interruption. This is a halt. You must unharness the ox, lead it to shade, and then carry the broken implement back to the cabin. An hour, maybe two, of labor lost to repair. This is the grammar of frontier farming: advance, obstacle, repair, advance again. The work is not a straight line. It is a series of detours around the immutable facts of material and decay. As you walk back toward the cabin, the broken plow over your shoulder, your eyes scan the ground automatically. You see a track in the soft mud near the creek. Not a deer's delicate print, but something heavier, rounder, with a deeper impression. A bear. It passed through recently, perhaps last night. A thread of alertness tightens in your gut. It is likely just passing through, but its presence is a notification. The woods are not empty. Your fences are for livestock, not for predators of that size. You make another note. Tonight, you will double-minus check the pen latches. And then, movement on the trace road that skirts the edge of your land. A figure on horseback leading a pack mule. A stranger. Your hand goes, not to a weapon, but adjusts the grip on your broken plow handle. You stop walking and wait, allowing them to approach. Visits are rare. They are either very good or very bad news. The rider is a man you've never seen, his face weathered, his clothes a patchwork of worn fabrics. He raises a hand in a gesture that is neither wave nor surrender. He has news. It is how he pays for the cup of cider your wife will offer him, for the chance to rest in your shade. The news is always fragmented, second or third linus hand, a rumor given weight by travel. He speaks of trouble back east, of arguments between colonial assemblies and distant parliaments taking on a harder edge. He mentions a skirmish somewhere you've never been, a name you'd not recognize. He talks of prices: furs are down in New Orleans, tobacco is holding in Virginia. The cost of manufactured goods is rising. You listen intently, saying little. This information is golden dust. It is gold because it connects you to the wider currents of cause and effect that might one day wash up on your shore in the form of a tax collector, a shortage of gunpowder, or a shift in the value of your produce. It is dust because it is unreliable, vague, and already months old by the time it reaches you. You must sift it, decide what, if anything, applies to your isolated patch of earth. The stranger is a living newspaper, his mind the only printing press. You trade your own scant news. The spring floods were mild. The Shawnee band to the north has been quiet. Old man Miller down the valley lost a barn to lightning. This exchange is the true frontier internet, slow, personal, and vulnerable to corruption. When he rides on, you are left with a residue of unease and a slightly adjusted map of the world in your head. The political is not abstract. It is a distant storm whose wind might, in a year's time, finally reach your clearing. While your body contends with the soil and the sun and the broken plow, another world turns within the walls of the cabin. Your wife's day is a masterclass in simultaneous, perpetual motion. The breakfast bowls are barely rinsed before she is in the kitchen garden, a wicker basket over her arm. She weeds with quick, precise tugs, her eyes missing nothing: the aphids on the broccoli, the first blush on a tomato. The harvest is constant and small: a handful of beans, a few leaves of kale, some young onions. Nothing is taken all at once. The garden must feed you for months. Back inside, the fire must be maintained for a dozen purposes. A pot of beans, set to soak last night, now simmers with a piece of salt pork. At the same time, milk from the morning's milking sits in a shallow pan by the hearth's edge, where a lower, steady heat will coax it to separate for butter. She will churn it later, a monotonous, aching task, liquid into a precious solid. In a kettle outside, A foul, smelling mixture of ashes and fat boils down into a coarse, caustic soap. The smell is terrible, but the result is non-negotiable. There is no division between trades. She is a cook, a dairy maid, a chemist, a tailor, a medic. One moment she is kneading dough for the noon bread, her fists sinking into the resilient mass. The next she is darning a sock, the needle flashing in the light from the window. A child cries, having stumbled and skinned a knee. She cleans the wound with a clean rag and water, applies a paste of plantain leaves, and offers a quiet word, all without breaking the rhythm of her stitching. Her work has no beginning, no middle, no end. It is a circle. The moment the floor is swept, a child tracks in more dirt. The moment the butter is formed and pressed into its crock, it is time to think about cheese. The moment the lunch is prepared and wrapped for you, she must start contemplating supper. Her labor is invisible precisely because it is the background against which all other labor is possible. It is the work of maintenance, of holding the fragile line against entropy, hunger, and dirt. She is not conquering the wilderness. She is civilizing it. One swept floor, one mended shirt, one preserved jar at a time. And the children are everywhere, woven into the fabric of both these worlds. The older boy, after fetching water, is now beside you in the smithy shed, working the bellows as you heat a metal strap to mend the plow. His job is to maintain a steady, hot flame. You show him again the color the metal must reach, a bright, glowing cherry red. He watches, his face serious, absorbing the lesson through his eyes and the heat on his skin. Later, he will be sent to the field with a hoe to attack weeds, or to the woodpile to split kindling. His play is functional, practicing his slingshot aim on a knot of wood, which also earns a skill for hunting small game. The younger girl is her mother's shadow. She gathers eggs, learning to slide her hand under the hens gently to avoid being pecked. She scatters grain, learning the measure. She lines the toddler, wiping his face, keeping him from the hearth. Her games involve mimicking her mother's chores, stirring a pot of mud, sewing leaves together with a grass stem. For them, there is no bright line between work and play, and work is the rehearsal for work, and work is the natural state of being. Their education is in the callus that forms on the hoe handle, in knowing which berry is edible and which brings a stomach ache, in understanding that a dropped bucket of water is not a scolding, but a genuine loss of effort that must be remedied by another long walk to the creek. They learn the economy of motion, the value of silence when adults are concentrating, the language of the weather. Their childhood is not a protected garden, conducted in the open air of relentless necessity. Their laughter is real and sudden, bursting forth when a piglet does something comical, or when they discover a hidden bird's nest. But it is a brief music, soon replaced by the next instruction, the next small task. They are already essential, living threads in the worn, durable cloth of the farm, their small hands already shaping the world they will one day have to defend and sustain on their own. The mended plough, its new wooden handle paler and smoother than the weathered bemet joins, feels both familiar and alien in your grip. You guide the ox back to the unfinished furrow. The interruption has cost you the morning's momentum. The sun is now high and direct, a white coin in a bleached sky. The pleasant warmth of mid-morning has hardened into a pressing, dry heat that seems to rise from the soil itself as much as descend from above. You resume the rhythm. The initial sharpness of your muscles has been replaced by a deep, burning fatigue. Each step is an effort of will. Your thirst is no longer a suggestion but a constant rasping demand. The inside of your mouth feels lined with dust. Sweat is no longer a seep but a flow, tracking gritty paths through the dirt on your face and neck. soaking your linen shirt until it is a damp, clinging second skin. It drips from your brow, stinging your eyes with salt. You blink it away, your vision blurring for a moment. The flies are relentless, a cloud of tiny, persistent tormentors. They congregate at the corners of your eyes and mouth, drawn to the moisture. You swat at them absently, a futile, automatic gesture that becomes part of the plow's sway. The world narrows further. It is the next foot of soil, the next breath that tastes of dirt and salt, the next wave of heat shimmering over the dark, turned earth. Time stretches and distorts, measured only by the growing shadow of your hat on the ground before you and the escalating protests from every joint and sinew. You are alone in this field, under this immense sky. The cabin is a distant smudge, the forest a hazy line. Yet your solitude is not absolute. It is woven through with invisible threads of obligation and expectation that connect you to other clearings, other families, other men and women engaged in the same silent, sweaty war against the land, sweaty war against the land. This is the paradox of the frontier, profound isolation cradled within a fragile, essential web of mutual need. You think as you walk, not of abstract community, but of concrete, upcoming events, the barn minus raising at the Miller place next week. You promised your labor, your strong back and knowledge of joinery. In return, when your own corn stands tall and ripe in the autumn, their sons and daughters will appear at the edge of your field, and together you will spend days in the communal rhythm of the husking bee, turning golden ears into stored grain amidst a rare cacophony of talk and laughter. The barn cannot be raised by one man. The corn cannot be harvested by one family fast enough to beat the frost. This interdependence is the unwritten constitution of this place. Your independence is a myth you tell yourself at dawn. Your dependence on others is the truth you live by afternoon. It is a social contract written in sweat and repaid in kind, a recognition that the wilderness can only be pushed back by many shoulders leaning together, even if those shoulders are miles apart most of the year. The promise of that future collective labor is what makes the present solitary toil bearable. It is a light at the end of a long, hot tunnel. You picture the miller's new barn frame, the smell of fresh minus-cut timber, the shared flask of hard cider passed around at midday, the crude jokes and practical advice shouted over the hammer blows. That image gets you through the next 100 yards of dirt. But here now, in the furnace of your own field, the immediate community is the one inside your cabin walls, and it too feels the strain of the hour. When you finally trudge back at midday, drawn by the promise of what renders can respite, the mood within is taut. The cool darkness inside is a shock to your sun-stizzled eyes. Your wife moves from hearth to table with a tight efficiency, her face flushed from her own fire, leaving a scorched mark on the hearth sign and a bitter smell in the air. A child is sniffling in the corner, having been scolded for tracking mud across the freshly swept floor. The air is thick with heat from the cooking fire and the unspoken friction of too many people into smaller space, all tired, all hungry. You sink onto a stool, wordlessly accepting the ladle of water she passes you. You drink deeply, the coolness a shocking pleasure that seems to travel to your very fingertips. You then take the piece of cornbread and jerky she offers. There are no pleasantries. Your silence is not sullen, but the silence of exhaustion. Her movements are quick, slightly sharper than usual. A ball is set down with more force than necessary. This is the friction of shared endurance. The profound unity of the midnight watch or the sleeping knot has been worn thin by the grating, mundane realities of heat, hunger, and spilled water. A sharp word about the muddy floor hangs in the air, unanswered. A child's whine about being hungry now is met with a terser reply than usual. This is not conflict in any grand sense. It is the gritty texture of life under pressure. The love is still there, the partnership absolute, but in the crucible of the afternoon, patience is the first fuel to burn away. You eat your simple meal without tasting it, your mind already drifting back to the unfinished furrow waiting in the sun. She cleans up around you, her thoughts on the butter that needs churning, the soap that needs stirring, the child that needs stirring. The rest is not a cessation. It is a recalibration. Use it for perhaps 10 minutes, maybe 15. You do not talk about your aches. You do not discuss the meaning of the stranger's news. You simply exist, letting the water settle in your stomach, feeling the pounding in your temples subside to a dull throb. Your wife sits for a moment too, wiping her own brow with the back of her wrist, staring at the wall, as if she can see through it to the list of tasks waiting outside. Sensing the fragile truce are quiet. Then without a word you stand. The stool scrapes on the floor. You pick up your hat, settle it back on your head. She rises as well, turning back to the hearth where the beans still simmer. The brief, brittle silence is over. The rhythm reasserts itself. You exchange a glance, not a smile, but an acknowledgement, a passing of the baton. Her domain reclaims her, the field reclaims you. The friction of the noon hour is already fading, absorbed back into the larger, more powerful narrative of shared purpose. The small resentments are luxuries you cannot afford to hold on to. They are like the sweat evaporated by the greater heat of necessity. You step back out into the blinding wall of afternoon heat. The sky is still vast, the work still endless, but the drink of water sits inside you. The memory of the barn minus raising flickers like a mirage, and behind you in the cabin's dim interior, the wheel of domestic labor continues to turn, powered by a will as stubborn as your own. You are alone, yet you are not. The community is invisible, often silent, sometimes irritable, but it is there in the promised labor of your neighbor, in the relentless work of your wife, in the very debt of effort you owe to the land and to each other. You grip the plow handles again, the wood hot from the sun. You click your tongue. The ox leans forward. The share bites into the earth. The conversation resumes, wordless, patient, and utterly demanding, carrying you through the long, slow descent. The sun begins its final, rapid surrender, pulling the long shadows of the trees across your field until they merge into a single pool of cooling shade. You stop at the end of the last furrow, a ragged line of dark earth that now stretches from one end of the field to the other. You straighten, a slow and painful unfolding of your spine. Every muscle protests, a symphony of ache that speaks of hours of leverage and resistance. You look back at the work. The field is turned. It is raw, cluttered, messy. But it is done. A quiet, solid satisfaction settles in your chest, a feeling as tangible as the dirt under your nails. It is not joy. It is the acknowledgement of a task completed, a small square of chaos momentarily persuaded into order. You unharness the ox, your movements slow and deliberate, and lead the tired animal back toward the barn. Its warm, solid bulk beside you feels like companionship. The evening ritual begins anew, but you are a different man performing it now. The boundless resolve of dawn has been spent, replaced by a weary, detailed attentiveness. You check the fences, your fingers testing the rails where they join the posts. This is not a casual glance. It is an inspection of the perimeter, a silent assessment of the barrier between your ordered world and the waiting wild. You note a spot where the wood has been rubbed smooth by a deer leaping over, or by something else brushing against it. You make a mental note to strengthen it tomorrow. Your wife is at the garden with the children, the dipper passing from hand as they give the plants their evening drink. You watch them for a moment. The simple act of pouring water onto soil is no longer just a chore. It is a statement of faith. It is a bet placed against the fickleness of rain, an investment of effort against the threat of drought, Every drop is a tiny act of defiance against the sheer, passive indifference of nature. The children are quieter now, their energy also spent. They move with a subdued purpose, imitating their mother's care. You step into the barn. The animals are safe, contained. You run a hand over the cow's broad flank, feeling the solid life beneath. You check the latch on the chicken coop twice. They are your stored labor, your insurance, your future. Their security is your security. The barn smells of hay and manure and warm fur, a rich, organic smell that is the opposite of the cleaned, empty scent of the forest. It is the smell of life you have brought under your management. Back at the cabin, you wash your hands and face in the basin by the door, the water turning a cloudy brown. The grime of the day is a layer you shed, as much a part of the work as the sweat that carried it. Inside, the hearth is already alive, the fire built up for the evening's needs. Its light floods the room, pushing the gathering dust firmly back beyond the windows. You see the flames not just as a source of warmth, but for what they truly are, a fragile, flickering lighthouse. Its light is a beacon of human presence in an ocean of darkness, its heat a tiny pocket of defiance against the vast cold of the continent. It is the visual proof of your claim, your tenancy. It says we are here to the empty night. Supper is the same as before, yet different. The cornbread, the salt pork, the boiled greens. You eat with the same focused hunger, but your mind is no longer racing ahead to the field. It is settling like the dust outside. The children are drowsy. Conversation is minimal, practical. The weight of the days is on all of you, a comfortable, familiar weight. The anxieties are still there, the level of the meal sack, the debt, the bare track, but they have been folded into the routine. They are part of the landscape of your life, like the stumps in the field. The evening chores unfold in the same sequence, the tools cleaned, the fire banked, the candle lit, the children shepherded to bed. You check the rifle. You bar the door. You listen to the first sounds of the night, the owls, the insects, the infinite rustling sigh of the wilderness. But you are listening with different ears now. You understand the language a little better. The fear is still present, but it is a familiar neighbor, not a stranger. You know its face. As you finally lie down on the corn-shock mattress, the heavy pelt settling over you, the cycle is complete. The dawn's solitary resolve, the morning's negotiation with the soil, the afternoon's sweaty endurance, the evening's vigilant closure, all of it funnels into this moment of stillness. Your body is a map of the day's labor, every acre coordinate. Your mind is quiet, not empty, but finished with its calculations for now. The last thing you see before your eyes close is the faint, pulsing glow of the banked fire, a steady reed heartbeat in the center of your world. This is where we leave them, not at a moment of high drama, but in the quiet, exhausted completion of an ordinary day. The story of the 18th-century farmstead is not one of heroism in the grand, singular sense. There are no shining charges, no defiant last stands captured in paint. The heroism here is slow, anonymous, and cumulative. It is the heroism of the repeated action, of the stubborn refusal to be worn down. It is the daily, uncelebrated victory of imposing a fragile, or straight furrow, a clean floor, a fed child, a secured oar upon a world of immense, chaotic power. Their sleep, when it comes, is not an escape. It is a collapse into a well-earned void. It is deep because the body and soul have been emptied. It is interrupted because the watch can never fully end. The wilderness they faced was not just outside their walls. It was in the soil that resisted the plow, in the weather that could bless or destroy, in the terrifying freedom and loneliness of their own autonomy, in the quiet, grinding fear of failure. They did not conquer it. They made a temporary peace with it, a peace that had to be renegotiated with every sunrise. Tomorrow, The sun will find this land again. It will find the fence needing mending, a field waiting for seed, the hearth cold and needing a spark. How to read an animal's track, how to find stillness in the midst of unceasing work. We have shared a single rotation of that cycle with them. We felt the weight of their silent night, the heft of their tools, the taste of their simple food, the warmth of their shared bed. We have seen the world not through the lens of kings and treaties, but through the weary eyes of those who turned the soil upon which history would later march. If you have felt the echo of that wilderness, the weight of that silence, the texture of that forgotten ordinary life, let us know in the comments below. Tell us what part of their long day lingered with you after the video ended. And if you wish to journey to another edge of another forgotten world, to spend a night in a different kind of silence, subscribe and join us next time. We will step quietly into another dusk, in another place where people lived, worked, feared, and slept, carving out small islands of light in the vast, patient dark. Until then, good night.